Good afternoon, everybody. Had to think there for a second. Oh, still trying to do shootable on interchange. Get it done. And then try to do something that we can get some more progress quicker. I don't know. What else do we have to do? Still got to kill guys on dorms. Need teapots. That's dorms. What is this? Oh, we gotta kill Kaban. I don't know, is Gunsmith 25 part of Kappa? I don't remember. I think it is. Oh, we still gotta kill Rashala's bodyguards. Oh, I still need 2 more kills on interchange at night. We'll get this when we get Shooterborn done. Or Tarkov Shooter 8 even gives us... Yeah, if we get Tarkov Shooter 8, that'll give it to us too. Kill Rashala. I think I still need to kill Sturman. We gotta get kills in factory with a shotgun. In the basement. Oh, yeah, we got some lighthouse stuff to do. I gotta do this to get M80. We actually have quite a bit of lighthouse to do. Oh, we still gotta kill Raiders on reserve. We gotta kill Gluhar. We gotta go to D2. Oh. God, there's a lot to do. And test. I still have test drive to do. Suppose we just as well put some NVGs on. Okay. We need 2 PMC kills for chumming. Wait, what else? Do I got to plant on woods? Is that where the other chumming one was? Yeah, I still got to place 2 more gold neck chains on woods. What's up, Devil? Where is everybody? It's late, man. It's a late day. I was up late last night working on projects. And a video. Which that isn't that video. Those videos only take like 45 minutes to make, for me to make. But, got up this morning, did my workout, took the kid to school, ate breakfast, and then I passed out back on the couch for like 2 hours. Because I didn't get enough sleep last night. Got up, did some more work around the house, paid my taxes, finally got those out of the way. Paying taxes in September. Yeah, I do extensions every year just to make sure we get everything right. Oh my. I feel like I could have easily died there because I was not paying attention. Oh, I'm genuinely not sure what to do from here either, man. I have died a lot on this spawn trying to get into the mall. I filed them. I don't know quarterly taxes, no. But the combination, like, through a combination of factors, I don't actually get all of my tax data until, like, end of March. Because some of the foreign investment stuff and just how the reporting works. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I don't get my finalized tax reports for some of my stuff until the end of March. And it takes my tax guy a solid 3 weeks at least to go through my taxes and get everything done. Like I could probably get them done in time. We could rush and get them out by April, but there's just no reason to. Extensions don't take anything. Like, there's no penalty for an extension. All right. I think it would be less grindy. Anything that would put it under 5 kills would be less grindy. If it was back to 3 kills over 100 meters, which it should be, it would be fucking less grindy. I hate the new I hate Shooter Warning. How it's set up now, man. It's not challenging. It's not fun. It was an overall objectively bad change, in my opinion. Haven't heard a single fucking shot. What the hell, man? Next tech cycle, I'm going to get a bit back. Yeah, not us. I'm probably going to have to cut like a... We sold some more real estate, so I'm going to have to cut probably a $30,000, $40,000 check next year. Those are fun to write to the IRS, let me tell you. You want to know what I get? I get actually angry when I hear people say the rich don't pay their fair share, because I'm not rich and I sure as shit pay a lot of taxes. And I know people that are rich and they pay even fuckload more taxes than I pay. Yeah, it's bullshit, Barry. It's every... Like, I get what you're saying, but I pull off... I guarantee you I pay a lower tax percentage rate than probably you do. My effective tax rate is probably way lower than yours. Doesn't mean I pay less taxes. Isn't it like... I can't remember the stat, but the top 50% of people, income earners in the United States, pay basically all of the income tax. And even if you go to like the top 5%, it's still some egregious percentage of all income taxes paid by the top 5% of income earners in the country. Kind of devil. That you can say that and you're not like entirely far off. It's not that simple, but yeah, the tax system is overly cumbersome and complex, and it does nothing but feed the bureaucracy and create jobs for people. Like the biggest lobbyists to keep taxes complex, the biggest lobbyists that fight for simplifying the tax code are is H&R Block and accountant interest groups. And like Trump said this best, guys, like when he was talking, remember he was debating Hillary and she was giving him a hard time for taking tax exempt shit. If you were in their shoes, it's not like they're cheating, guys. Nobody's cheating. There's exemptions put into the code for reasons. And because we live in a complex world, if you have the opportunity to take advantage of those reasons and not pay taxes, you're going to do it. I do the same fucking thing. I 100% do the same fucking thing. Big reason why I choose real estate as one of my primary business models is because of the tax fucking advantages. It's why Trump chose real estate. It's why a lot of the richest people in the world operate with or through real estate because it's got insane tax shelters and exemptions in it by design. It's the tax exemptions aren't some like big secret government thing to keep people poor. They're literally designed to keep people in houses. What night vision am I using? The GP NVG 18s quad nuts. How much do I have in real estate? I'm not gonna answer that question. Oh, somebody went this way. Tax prep industry is a multi-billionaire and it has no reason to exist. No, it has a reason to exist. It's just that reason is created by the complexities of the tax code. We've had a lot of people push for, you know, flat taxes, or what was Herman Cain? That was the 999 plan or whatever he did. How long have I been doing real estate? Since 2007. Well, no, 2006. 2006. I bought and sold more properties by the time I was 35 than most people do their entire life. I've been a landlord. I've flipped properties. How would someone start fresh? It depends on where you live. The simplest and least risky way to start fresh in real estate is it's called the BRRRR method, BRRR. And what it basically means is you buy a property, like a townhome or a fourplex, and you live in one of the units, and you rent the others out, and you do all the maintenance and all the management yourself until you can pay somebody to do those things for you, and it still pencils. You do that for... You can get away with as little as 2 years, but you're probably going to be 4 to 5, especially now. Then you either cash in on the equity through financing, or you sell the property and you move on to something bigger or more. You buy 2 fourplexes. I egregiously oversimplified that. But I'm not here to give real estate advice. If you want to get into real estate, there is a unlimited number of free resources out there. I don't know if they're still great or not, because it's been so long. But Better Pockets was a fucking fantastic website. But I haven't been in Better Pockets for many years now. Or Bigger Pockets. Yeah, Better Pockets. Thank you. Did I get an empty raid? Starting to kind of feel like it. Actually, I should put that in my secure container, shouldn't I? Any tips for finding homes undervalued? Dude, it's I don't know that you can even do it anymore. There's so much competition in real estate. Again, it depends on your market, right? There might be markets you can do it in. But figure, if you look at 100 houses, you're going to find maybe 2 or 3 of them that are undervalued. Maybe. In this day and age. You can do it, but there are people that have entire systems built out now to do that for them and automated. And they use AI to do it. and you just, it's not a viable way to go through it. The only way you're going to get something undervalued is if it's so much fucking work to use it that nobody else wants to do it. Like, that's it. Like, it has to be such a fucking distressed property that nobody wants to touch it, and that's why it's undervalued. But if it's that distressed and it's not being touched, it's usually not because it's too much work. It's because you just can't make it pencil. It helps a lot if you have contractors you've worked with. Of course, it helps a lot. It's an advantage, but you don't have to have that. Dave Ramsey's good for people to learn financial literacy. I don't like Dave Ramsey personally. He's helped a lot of people. I'm not saying he hasn't. But I disagree with Dave Ramsey's primary premise. But I'm able to. I'm okay with leveraging debt. I know how to do it responsibly. Dave Ramsey's deal is for people that don't know how to do it or don't know how to do it responsibly. That's a player scav looting that, isn't it? That had to be. AI scavs don't do that looting animation, right? A lot of Dave Ramsey's takes are shit. No, they're not shit. They're just for specific people. I haven't listened to Dave Ramsey in 10 years. But 10 years ago, he made a lot of arguments like... He made broad spectrum arguments, right? That, like, all debt is bad. Always. Every condition. Debt is never good. That's just not true. That's just not true. I made the majority of my wealth leveraging debt. He doesn't want you to have a car loan. Yeah, but you got to think, Bucksnacks, he's speaking to people that are incapable of managing debt. Who can afford that? Everybody can do that. I haven't had the last 5 cars I've bought, I haven't had a car. I don't have a car loan on them. Looked like he threw a grenade at me. People have worked 60K a year but have a 30K car. He flips over that. Yeah. If you're making 60K a year, where the fuck that scav go? If you make 60K a year, I'm with Dave on that. You should be driving around a fucking $5,000 clunker. The borrower is the slave to the lender? Yeah, no, I know. Devil. But using debt in terms of business is okay for some people. It's not for others. It's just that simple. That's why I don't like Dave Ramsey, is he speaks in He speaks in absolutes. He's a Sith. Not really, but yeah. Done responsibly, debt is perfectly fine. And a lot of times in real estate, you're not taking on the debt anyways, personally. The property you're buying is taking on the debt. So, for example, if you...
Thank you, brother.
He's back here.
He went to the right. He went to the right.
Back here.
Oh, let's go get him.
He's in the back. I just saw him. He's all the way in the back on the right side.
Go!
He just ran. He just ran.
Well, this sucks. I gotta get this leg fixed. Yeah, there's like 3 of them. I think there's still like 3 more left. I need to get downstairs in a hurry so they can't flank me and I can get out of this. Because I'm about out of ammo.
He went right. Yeah, down the stairs. We're coming for you, boy.
He's over here, over here, over here, over here. He just ran out, he just ran out. He went out, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right.
Gotta build stamina.
Dude.
Служивый!
I think I lost him here. I was gonna keep going, but there's a scav there I don't want to shoot. I think I lost him, chat. I want to go back and loot those scavs. That one guy had a blueberry bag on. I kind of want to wait and kill them as they go for extract. There was like 3 or 4 of them chasing me, dude. I did lose them for a second because they thought I had gone towards the escalator, but that one came over to me. I wish I had had Vogs and tripwires, dude. You know how much better that'd have been with Vogs and tripwires if I could have fucking put one down at a door and blown up with a fucking tripwire? I'd have fucking laughed my ass off. I wasn't sure about hitting that green stem. I'm glad I did. I'm really glad I did. The audio in the stair was kind of whack, dude. What's my stance on the Borderlands 4 clusterfuck? I don't really give a shit. Because I'm not playing the game. The CEO's an idiot. Somebody needs to take his fucking... Somebody needs to take that CEO's social media away. Could have funneled him into a kill zone. I didn't have enough ammo, Shadow Panther. And the other problem with that is, with a Keter, even if I, like, let's say I kill 2 of them with a mag, there's going to be a 3rd one that's going to kill me before I can reload. You can't take on a horde when you're by yourself, up close. You just can't. You don't have enough. Plus, I was super fucked up. And had the double damage bug on my knee, on my legs. There was all sorts of shit that was working against us to fight. I think I 100% made the right choice in falling back bit by bit.
Big fan of your Tarkov videos.
Anders, thank you for the $10 super chat, dude. Did he go down already? Or is he looting crates over here? Can you explain the double damage bug? If you have like a blacked leg and you're running and your guy's like ooh ah ooh ooh ah ooh 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 instead of like ow, ow, ow. There's still scavs in here. I feel like I should hear them come out right there, which is what I'm waiting for. There he was. Bitch asses want to try to hunt me. The hunter becomes the hunted. This guy might extract camp me over here now. I don't know, Barry. I tend to agree that people should, like, DLSS. Frame gen has a little ways to go, but DLSS is a technology that's perfectly acceptable for people to use. And it's okay for developers to lean on it to get higher quality. As far as game stability and issues like that, that's a different, like, those are all different conversations. We did get him. That was the guy that I legged. Right here. Headshot him through the tree. Anders, thank you again for the $10 super chat, man. Appreciate you. You got me right in the middle of that hectic deal. As far as getting your account on, I haven't heard of anybody getting their account flagged for logging in for multiple cities. I would just stay on the tickets and be like, yo, what's going on here? Like, is that why they told you got banned? That's the most surprising thing out of that whole deal that you said, is that you actually got told why you got banned. Let me sort it. Doo doo, doo doo, doo doo. I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting the scav horde on interchange. It's been a while since I've had to deal with it. That definitely kind of took me off guard. I used a lot of stims that raid. There's nothing wrong with Unreal 5, Barry. Like, the argument that Unreal 5 is a dog shit engine, I think falls flat because we've had a couple of games that run just fine on Unreal 5. Doesn't mean places can't do more to optimize. More optimization is always better. And it sucks that it looks like Borderlands is a really good game, like from a game loop, like game design perspective. It sucks that it's getting shit on because the CEO is an idiot. Let me rephrase that, because the CEO's ego is getting in the way. He said refund the game on Steam if you can't get it to run well. It's a little more complicated than that, and that's not even the stupidest thing he said, Bran. We didn't see a single PMC that entire raid. Oh, I had NVGs on too, dude. What's my take on Tarkov making $250 players purchase a game to play on Steam? Tarkov's not making anybody buy anything. It's also not unprecedented. Everybody's making it sound like it's totally normal that developers should find ways to let players link their games on Steam for free. And it's not normal. Like, there's a process for it. There's precedent. Games have done it, but there's more games that have not done it. If you buy a game on Epic Launcher, I don't know of a single game you can put on. You have to buy it again on Steam. If you want your game on Steam, you're going to have to pay more for it. Are there methods Tarkov or BSG could do to get people to get on Steam? I think so. I don't know enough about it, but it's not just as easy as give everybody a fucking code. Right? Everybody's like, wow, they could just give everybody a code. You know what people are going to do with that? They're going to turn around and sell that fucking code. That's exactly what people are going to do. More people are going to sell that code than people are going to fucking use it for themselves. Epic to Steam is third party. It's not a good example. What do you think BSG to fucking? It's the exact. It's a perfect example, Marky. It's the exact example. Everybody, the vast majority of people playing Tarkov right now should have had no expectation to play on Steam. Playing on Steam was a pipe dream until 6-8 months ago. The code would be linked to your BSG account. I guess, maybe. I don't know how that process works, dude. They could easily, you say they could easily give us a code, but do you understand the process? Do you know what that whole thing is? I don't. You're just assuming it's easy. You're assuming BSG is acting maliciously. You don't know what's work or how much effort or what it actually takes to do that, make that system function properly to where BSG doesn't lose revenue. And we might get it down the road. I don't know. But your game is not going to function any differently because it's on Steam. If you're playing Tarkov, you're not using your Steam friends list for your fucking friends anyways. You're not using, like, all of this stuff people are listing about Steam benefits or Steam conveniences are actual conveniences and stuff, but they're not ones you've ever used before or relied on. Every one of us uses Discord if we play fucking Tarkov. We all, if you're recording clips, you use one of the many exterior programs to it. Steam can only improve the game. If they let us link our game for free to Steam, I probably still wouldn't do it, dude. The last thing I want to do is put fucking another program running in the background while I'm trying to run Tarkov. Like, I don't know why everybody's so like, boss, Steam is the best thing they did to do. Like, I'm telling you right now, I don't understand the hubbaloo over fucking Steam. I'm not saying people shouldn't want it. You can want it all you want. That's not what I'm saying. My criticism was anybody that's getting really upset over it is performative. No, there's paid games, Barry. There's quite a few paid. There's a lot of games that have created systems to let you link to Steam. It's a legitimate criticism. Okay, there's a lot of scavs. You like how I just ran by that one on the stairs? Like, here's how I see it, chat, okay? A reasonable take is, hey, BSG could have spent a little extra effort and gotten us codes so that people that want to link their game to Steam can. It's been done in the past. There's obviously a way to do it. Maybe BSG didn't do it because they don't have time right now. But it would be really nice if they did it in the future. That's a reasonable take. And an unreasonable take is, BSG's just a fucking cash grab greedy company. The only reason they're not putting it on Steam is because they want to fucking charge us more money. That's an unreasonable take. You guys understand the difference? Like, there is a distinction. The vast majority of games that do this system of giving you a code to get on Steam are free games. The vast majority of them. Keep that in mind. Now, that's not to say there's not a system for it. But again, you guys have to understand, this looks like it's being done last minute. I don't dare say rushed, because it seems like everything, like what's rushed is a relative term at this point with BSG. But the work it was required to build the systems to let people that have accounts already link their game to Steam, they might not have time to implement it before it goes 1.0. Marky, do you realize how long it can take to do some of this stuff? Like, come on, man. Like, you're just you don't have any idea. You're just assuming that this stuff is easy to do. Like, you legitimately have to ask the question of why. Why did BSG not provide systems for people to freely, without cost, link their accounts to Steam? And at that point, if you want to ask yourself why, you need to start making assumptions about BSG's motives. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not saying that I don't ever do it. I strive to not do that because you can never truly know somebody's motives, ever. My larger point on all of this is that the vast majority of people that are making a big deal about it are performative. They are making a big deal out of it for sake to make a big deal out of it. A lot of people only want Steam so that they can go review bomb fucking Tarkov. And I will finalize this, and yes, this is me delegitimizing some people's concerns. If the worst thing that is happening to you right now is that you can't link Tarkov to Steam that you already paid for, and that is the worst thing that's happening to you, which is causing you to go into an apoplectic fit, then you need to reevaluate your fucking life. It's not a big deal. People can for sure push for it. They can ask for it. But the second anybody is disrespectful about it, I stop paying attention to them. Their opinions are fucking meaningless to me. Now, for new players, Steam is a great option. It's going to really depend on how they deal with DLCs and doing stuff like that, because I don't know the rules of Steam entirely, but I am assuming that BSG doesn't have to put their DLCs and stuff on Steam. They could still make people buy all of that shit through their website. I could be wrong about that. But also, the vast majority of people playing the game right now are either on EOD or unheard, and you're not going to be buying DLC anyways, so it doesn't fucking matter. BSG has no incentive to let us link ourselves for free. No business incentive. There's a consumer customer service, make the customer happy aspect to it, but you're right, there's no business reason to do it outside of that. BSG will get review bomb because consumers are forced to spend $50 just to use Steam. Nobody is forcing you to spend $50. The game operates perfectly fine without Steam, Marky. This is what I'm saying, dude. You are creating a false choice in your statement. Using Steam is an option. It's there for you. You don't have to use it. If you want to play on Steam, you have to purchase it, but you don't have to play on Steam, Marky. That's like saying I bought a game on Steam, but I also want to play it on the Epic game launcher. Epic should let me buy it should have it for free. They're in the back of the medical building, I think. Yeah, it's going to launch the BSG launcher. I'm almost positive that it said that. I'm almost positive that that's how that read. No, they're not in Goshen. They're in that medical building, hoof and mouth. I've rotated them around twice now. I'm watching where these scavs are running. This one's fucking locked onto me, unfortunately. But they're in here. And whatever that... Mantis. They're in Mantis. Two of them. Fuck, was that a player up there? So, personally, my feelings on it, I don't give a fuck about the Steam thing. And my perspective is people that are getting upset, like, people that are actually getting upset over it are in the wrong. Now, if people want to continue to lobby for it and push BSG to offer codes to people, I think they should do that. I think that's completely legitimate. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But people accusing BSG of being money grabbers or being greedy or being fucking somehow nefarious because they didn't offer a free link when it's normal in the industry to do either or is fucking silly. And right on par for the crowd of people that do nothing but shit on BSG for everything they do. Fair or not. Yeah, Steam takes on the high end 30%, doesn't it? Is it Steam that takes 30%? I know it's negotiated and not everybody pays the same thing, but I think the standard rate's 30%, isn't it? It might be costly for them to give out codes. Exactly, dude. Like, I don't know how that process works. It could 100% cost BSG. Like, if they give a code out on fucking Steam, it could 100% cost more money. Like, it may not be free for BSG to offer fucking codes like that. Steam is also the platform that gives most of the devs at the same time. Yeah, I'm not arguing against Steam's 30%, dude. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just making a point of 30% is a big piece to pay when you've already built the infrastructure to not need Steam. Did BSG mention anything about Escape coming to EGS? What's EGS? Yeah, Azelius, but I guess you can link the code to the account or something, so only that account. No, Arena's on Epic Games Store, I'm pretty sure. The biggest advantage BSG has for Steam is just reach. That's BSG's advantage, is reach. They'll get more people buying the game because of it. It's a huge... Steam is a huge advantage for fucking BSG. Because even if you're given 30% to Steam, it's probably still worth it. Like, dare I say, most certainly worth it. Without a question of a doubt, it's worth it. And again, would it have been nice for BSG to have come up with a way to give people codes so that they could play on Steam? Yeah, it would have been nice. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't change my life at all. I really don't give a fuck. Yeah, you can add non-Steam games to your library. I've never done it, and I don't know exactly how it works. Thank God. People on Twitter have been crying all day about Steam, not just on Twitter. Now, I'm almost positive there's fucking 2 of them in here. Just so we're clear. I think one of the things that's most frustrating for me is, and it's not just, it's politics, but it's gaming. In gaming, one of the things that's the most frustrating for me is it's impossible to have, it's not impossible. It is, it's a good way to say this. Having nuanced takes on things gets you labeled as a fucking shill. Because people only go to the extremes of the pendulum swings on a lot of this crap. So the very fact that, like, my example is that the fact that I'm not freaking out over Steam means that I must think that BSG's done no wrong, or that it's like it's impossible for people to consider the fact that you could have a middle of the road take on it. How is that a fucking serious question, dude? Like, actually, how is that a serious question? I doing insomnia? I don't think I have insomnia yet. I'm doing chumming. I need one more kill at night for chumming. What does that button do? Shuts off some of the alarms. You see how nice and quiet it is over here now that there's no alarm? Did I just... How does a bullet impact up here? What the fuck was that? That was a shot at me, I guess. Where the fuck was he at? I'm so confused right now, dude. There's no way we're going to see anywhere where that came at. He could have been to the left. Yeah, I didn't hear the shot either, but in interchange, that doesn't mean a lot. Yeah, I think he was up. He had to have been up top because he didn't hit glass when he shot me. He had to have been over to my left somewhere, like all the way over, like towards the front of the mall. Whatever. I think it was a third party oof mouth. I don't think it was the same guy. I don't think he was with those guys. I think it was just another player up there. Heard me fucking around shooting lights and came over to see what it was. I actually think that's all it was. Am I gonna give antimatter a try or active matter? No, no. I don't think so. I actually watched a couple of clips of it, and it's still too raw. It's not something I'm super interested in. Am I sick? Dude, I was sick as a fucking dog for like 2 weeks. I'm not sick anymore. I know it doesn't sound like it. But, I still have this lingering cough that's just been hanging around for fucking forever. It's fucking miserable, dude. It took me like 3 times as long as normal to record my video last night because I could get like 3 lines and then I'd fucking cough. I'd get a couple of more lines and then I'd fucking cough. Played Star Citizen for the first time in a while the other day and it ran into 0 issues. It's there, Bowler. Star Citizen has made huge leaps. This year especially. It's still got lots of problems. It's not perfect. It's still an alpha. But yes, they've made huge improvements. The other thing is, Barry is talking seems to aggravate it, I think is what it is. Which is great being a streamer. Shooter Born in Heaven. We got to go to... I guess we go get woods done. Yeah, raids have been slow, Kurt Locker. We're just doing. I'm just trying to get Shooterborn and Heaven out of the way, man. We've been doing interchange, which is always tough. We'll go to Woods, which I don't think is going to be easy at all. But oh god damn it. I don't like. I think it's going to be longer on Woods just to find the players, but it won't be nearly as hard to survive. What's my favorite map in Tarkov? I don't really have one. You know, it's a mood thing. Sometimes you feel like playing streets. Sometimes you feel like playing woods. Just gonna go factory and cycle this scab real quick. Do I ever feel like playing Labyrinth? I did. I kind of burned out on Labyrinth when they first launched it. Right now, I don't have any desire to play it. I'm not super worried about prestige, so... I don't want to be here. They do need to, I don't know, fix that. That's definitely getting annoying. Looting safes and getting 8 fucking data drives. That wasn't level 6 armor. It had the carrier, but it didn't have armor in it. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. Somebody is spreading a rumor, or basically somebody's lying and saying BSG had promised to provide Steam keys. And people actually think it's true. Should I say people want it to be true, so they just fucking run with it. Oh, hey, the quest actually worked. Look at that. A blueberry armor I can actually make money off of. BSG explicitly stated many times over the years that they were making no commitments to anything with Steam. Now, I'm open to being corrected and being wrong, but you got to show me fucking proof that BSG said anything like, we're going to provide Steam keys to everybody. If it was before mid 2020 or even 2021, let's say if it was before January of 2021, there's a chance I didn't see it because I wasn't dove into BSG's communications like I am now all the way back then. The Tarkov community is in such a shit show already as it is. To see content creators blatantly lying and spreading misinformation is, holy fuck, man, does that make my head hurt. Like, blatantly lying. Not just fudging the details a little bit. Who's lying now? Ah, fuck it. We'll put them on blast on here. Whiskey Project Tactical VTuber posted, "Dear BSG, can you please explain why you removed the statement that we will get a key when you release a third-party platform in your facts section? Or why are you telling your early backers to purchase the standard edition again if they want to link their game to Steam? Not to complain too much, I am sure there are very good reasons, but quite a lot of people see 52 euros a lot of money. For those who don't really want to search the source, from what I've read so far on Steam and Tarkov webpage, no matter what edition of the game you own, you must purchase the baseline version of the game on Steam if you want to play it in Steam. Which, to be very clear, isn't what we agreed to when we backed the game years ago. Yes. Yes, it is. Seriously, with all of the money you already had, it'd be cool skin, I'd buy custom options, praise you, blah, 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 which is wrong. Yes, I'm aware, I can just, like, this here is just a blatant lie. Like, this post goes all the way back to 2016, where they said, we're not ready to answer the question. We will officially announce all remains regarding this question. If I pre-order today, can I transfer my pre-order to Steam? This is October 9th. I don't know what year this is. If it's last year or what, but the plan on Steam version keys is not set in stone yet in either direction. What is known are the following things, and thus far. The game will be on Steam after full release game. Servers will be on the same and no different. Will be there between Steam and the launcher version anyway. The possibility of getting Steam version keys is still on the table, but it will all depend on the agreements made with Valve and how it all goes. But it's a matter to be looked into, possibly get done. It's 50-50 for now. Any of this might change completely, or new ones might come out. So on this, please. So stay tuned for that. Until then, this is the info here. Will serve you well. Like, just blatant lie. BSG never said they were going to give us keys. Ever said that. I guess I can't call it a blatant lie. I don't know if it's a lie. They could just be egregiously misinformed, uninformed, and are completely okay posting things without verifying them first. Yeah, but I get you, Hoof and Mouth, and I've seen that from a lot of people, but here's what I'll say to that, Hoof and Mouth, and you know, you've got to know this, man, that everything is negotiable. It doesn't matter what precedent or what thing is set in the business world. Everything is negotiable. Everything. You know, those negotiations take time. Yeah, BSG's been probably working on Steam for over a year. What's the date? October 8th. All of Discord, Steam, Twitch, Reddit are invited to testify at Congress. I can't wait to see fucking... I can't wait to see Dan Clancy trip on his own fucking lip. I can already, you know what they got to do is when Dan Clancy gets his time, somebody in Congress needs to just needs to play a clip of Hassan Piker. Just play a clip of it. A single clip of Hassan Piker. Testify what? On the radicalization of their users. That's what they want. They're being called in to testify on. They're invited. They're not being subpoenaed yet. I say yet. They're not being subpoenaed. They're being invited. And to be honest with you, Steam is weird. I'm not sure why Steam's getting drug into this, other than just maybe they're trying to get everybody. But Reddit and Discord definitely have some questions to be answered. Yeah, but Destiny's on Kick. He's not on Twitch. You can play Destiny as well, but I don't know. You can't really tie him to a platform. Maybe Reddit. But I think it kind of... What a shade to Kick. Everybody gets called up, but nobody cares about Kick or YouTube. Except YouTube actually does a fucking decent good job of... YouTube does the best of all of them of moderating. But that's because they have a fucking iron fist on all of it. Can't wait for the technological illiterate questions. They've gotten some young people there. Yeah, Maelstrom. What was it, 2020, when they had like Bezos and a bunch of those guys in there, and they're talking about, I think it was DMCA. I don't remember. They had a bunch of them in there, and it was painful. But I think they'll bring some new committee members in that aren't 172 years old. They're gonna bring community members in that weren't there during the Civil War. Hopefully, community members, Congress members. I say bring in. It's gonna be whoever's on that committee. Which committee is it? Chairman Comer. Let me ask Grok what committee that is. The House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a bunch of... Let's see who's on that committee and what their ages are. Is this on the grounds of leftists and Charlie? Yeah, pretty much post-poop. Okay, here are the oh my god. Here are the ages of everybody on that committee. 53, 47, 70, 88, 62, 52, 48, 76, 35. Oh, that's AOC. AOC's on that? 51, 49, 49, 46, 28, 37. Oh, these are all... Oh, no, never mind. 35, 44, 48, 44, 49, 51. Somebody that's dead. 61, 61, 71, 82, 68, 71, 56, 51, 47, 44, 70, 60. Like, the average age is 60. Some 40-year-olds in there that, like, I'm in my 40s and I know this shit, but that's because I live it every day. There's most of these 40-year-olds, like, these are the people that just learned out what furries were in the last week. Oh god, you're right, dude. Maelstrom, that's gonna be a shit show. They made Zuckerberg look human. No, they did not. They wrote the memes themselves. Imagine one of them swapped out because he dies of old age. One of them did die of old age, dude. You know who to thank. You know who to thank for what, Em? I had to explain to my wife what a furry was. She didn't know. And now she doesn't want me to explain things to her anymore. anymore. Because I like to explain with videos. So I got some videos. Oh. Imagine a 40-year-old woman looking at you like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? I might, dude, I should. I bet I could get, I don't know if I could get my congressman to listen to me or not. I should try. I should try. I don't know if I gotta look and see is my congressman's on that committee or not. No. How do we get information to these fucking old geezers so that they can ask actually tough questions of these guys? Like, how do we do this? Jim Jordan's a smart guy, but he's not going to have the background information for this. Trying to see if there's any other names. I don't even bother looking at the Democrats. There's nobody in there that's gonna. AOC is not gonna grill fucking Dan Clancy, and you fucking know it. I don't recognize any of these other congressmen. Oh, dude, it's gonna be a fucking. It's got Rashida Tlaib, AOC. Dude, they're gonna make a clown show of that fucking hearing. I might actually take my time and put something together and try to get it to somebody on that committee, and be like, hey, if you want help knowing what tough questions to ask, let me know. Because the three Discord, Reddit, and Twitch all for sure need to be held to account. 100%. Like, it's really bad. And you guys all know what it is. Like, I'm preaching to the choir here. Anybody who's in gaming knows how toxic and terrible fucking Reddit is. And how crazy some Discord servers are. Yeah, I don't know. For me, the big one is just Twitch and how they don't consistently apply their terms of service. I think that's one of the big ones for me right now. That's like, I want some answers for it. So, I know a lot of headlines are saying, God damn it, I'm gonna go get a cough drop, chat. I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot to bring gold chains. I gotta plant gold chains. Spectoria, appreciate it. Glad I can offer content you like. My take on what the company's problems, responsibilities are. It's complex post-poop, and it's not the same with every of one of these platforms, right? Reddit. Let me just put it this way: Parler got deplatformed for far less than what we see on Reddit. Far less. Reddit lets people actively call for violence. That should remove their 330 protections. That's my thought on it. Or sorry, 230 protections. Discord's problem centers around letting children have access to their program too easily. You can't. You're not supposed to be on Discord if you're under 14. Period. End of story. End of discussion. You're not supposed to be on Discord if you're under 14 in the United States. That's higher in other countries. It might be lower in others, but Discord does nothing to vet that system. Nothing. They are also not proactive when it comes to dealing with reports. I know this from personal experience, that Discord doesn't... Unless you fall into a specific class of individual, Discord doesn't give two fucks about what happens as far as what people say. Wait, where am I going? We're going this way. .230 protections are the system in which platforms like YouTube, Facebook, you know, anything social media essentially, publishing, are immune from lawsuits for what people say on their platforms. You can't hold them accountable, is the very, 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 very high level view of what the thing is. It's a lot more complicated than that, but that's what it is. It's what, like, if somebody says dumb shit on YouTube, you can't sue YouTube, right? Basically what it is. Now, in order for that to happen, they have to, there's some things that they have to meet in order for the 230 protections to apply to the big companies. And the problem with places like Reddit and Twitch is they don't equally apply those standards. Any reasonable person knows that Reddit moderates the fuck out of the right, but not the left. And the same thing applies to Twitch. Tectone called another streamer fat, which is against terms of service, and he got a ban, just like he should have. Hassan Abi says all sorts of fucking awful shit all the goddamn time, never gets banned. He has said stuff at this point that justifies a fucking permanent ban from Twitch. And they haven't even issued... they're just going to try to ignore it. They're going to try to act like nothing happened, nothing came up. And then hope it goes away. That's what Twitch is going to do. The bigger thing is these companies need to be called to account to just answer and at least explain what they are trying to. They just need oversight. They need accountability. That's what it is. They might not be doing anything. They might not be doing anything wrong. Yeah, Destiny's been kicked off of Twitch for fucking 3 years. Destiny, of all things, Destiny got kicked off of Twitch for his take on Kyle Rittenhouse, in which he defended Kyle Rittenhouse and said that people deserve to get shot, which is wild. But it's wild that Destiny would say something like that. But Asmon's been punished as well. And Hassan has caught bans as well. Hassan has been banned for things in the past, but like it's not proportionate. He'll get, and like Twitch always seems to ban him on his day off or when he's not streaming anyways. He gets banned, is what it seems like. Yes, chat, that is an awful place to put a tripwire. Because most people, when they come down that hill, break their legs and can't go anywhere. I prefer 7.62 by 51, but just because I like the gun better. The rounds are, unless you're getting to where you're shooting a lot further, the rounds are pretty much comparable to one another in the game. The biggest one, is I want Dan Clancy held to account for his inconsistent actions as CEO of Twitch when it comes to moderation and dealing with people. Meh. Like, I'm pretty sure people have been banned on Twitch for saying that there's only, like, saying along the line, not like at anybody, but saying there's only 2 genders. That, I think, has landed people bans on Twitch. Well, that's unfortunate. I just fucking can't stand cowards. Freedom of speech do not pass the limit. In life, a balance is needed. Yeah, you can say whatever you want and not be punished by the government. The government can't pass laws that says you can't not say things. Companies are completely free to dictate what they, moderate what they want on their websites. Especially when it impacts their bottom line. If Twitch wants to say we can't talk about political stuff on Twitch, I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is that Twitch doesn't enforce its policies equally. It favors progressive and left ideology and punishes right or conservative ideology. A lot of people forget that the First Amendment also implicitly includes freedom of association. Which is just as important as freedom of speech. You can't be forced to associate with people you don't want to associate with. You can't hire only white people if you want to. Right, and that's a big argument that a lot of people have against the Civil Rights Act, is it does violate the Constitution. You have freedom of association with the exception of very specific called out things in the Constitution. And personally, I think if somebody wants to only hire white people, let them only hire white people, because their business is going to fucking fail. They're going to get run out of the social square. Nobody's going to want to do business with them. They won't last but for 5 seconds. Right? Let people be fucking retarded. Let them make stupid decisions. Let them do stupid stuff like that. You're already seeing those kind of consequences right now. People act stupid. They get stupid applied to them. You know? I mean, somebody's out at the I think somebody went out to the train depot. We're gonna hear a flare maybe. Depends on the size of said company. No, it doesn't, dude. If you refuse to hire the best qualified people, you will go out of business. Doesn't matter how big your fucking company is. The Constitution needs an update. Some of it is too old and antiquated. No, it's not. Constitution's the best document that's ever been written by government documents ever been written by mankind. Nothing needs to be updated by it. It just needs to be applied correctly. The problems, quote unquote, with the Constitution aren't because the Constitution's out of date. It's because people don't follow the principles of it. The government doesn't follow the principles of it. And things like the 17th Amendment have thrown the design of the government into a fucking tailspin.
I love
Refusing to hire is
America,
not the
the
same as not
Constitution,
having others
and
employed.
playing video games with guns. Love the streams, bud.
Yo, babies, thank you for the 2 months, man. Wait, what? Refusing to hire is not the same as not having others employed? Every company operates in a sphere of competition. Period. If you as a company do not hire the best talent for your marketplace, you will not compete with your competitors. Your competitors will snatch up that talent. And talent is irregardless of race. Just is. You hire people on a merit system. God, I don't know if I could say this. Like, there's no way to say this without explaining it in great depth for people to really understand it. But there's not a lot of difference in telling somebody they have to hire. They can't be selective on their hiring. Principally, they can't be selective on their hiring is the same as telling people they have to hire 20% African Americans or 10% Hispanics. It's the same principle, and it's wrong. People should be able to make bad decisions. You can't legislate morality. Trying to legislate morality always ends very badly. Is that an out of bounds sniper? I forgot to bring my green flare. Now, am I going to go on a rant and argue that the Civil Rights Act should be repealed because it's got some problems in it? No. We are, as a society, have accepted that the Civil Rights Act is what it is and that you can't fire people or discriminate people based on their, I'm going to forget one of them, but the protected classes of race, sex, is religion's included. Political affiliation is not. And then they added, didn't they add sexual identity, or did they actually happen? Did sexual identity get added? I don't remember. I know there was a big fight over it, but I don't remember if it actually got added as... Maybe that isn't out of bounds. But from a principled standpoint, that's how I feel about it, personally. I want to know if somebody's a racist. I want to know that. That's something I want to know, so I know to avoid them. Didn't I show Stank a few spots? Maybe way back when. Stank's pretty good about finding spots, though. I might have showed him some stuff. And Stank's the kind of guy that if I showed him a spot, he already knew about it. He'd be like, yeah, dude, that's a fucking cool spot, man. Thanks for showing that to me. You know, Stank's a good dude. He's a gracious guy. That's a daily. That's an actual excellent statement, man. Daily Derek. That's it's so true. But again, it's super nuanced and complex to try to explain that to people that just don't pay attention to this stuff. You're 100% right. I haven't played with Stank in a very long time, dude. And the last time Stank and I played, I'm pretty sure it was Streets. I was kind of hoping to find a gold chain somewhere that I could plant. I need 2 gold chains because I forgot to bring them. I have to plant them at the sawmill. Doing the no pouch would make you go insane. Made me go insane, dude. That was brutal. Yeah, I went down into the bunker. I could go down to that other bunker. Kind of worried about running into player scavs over there, though. There's always fucking player scavs milling around. Now, like, if you get the close spawn, it's safe to go down in there and get in and out. But, man, going into that spawn this late in the raid is always scary because if somebody's just down in there ratting on you, waiting. Imagine I get a gold chain out of here. Never mind. Have you ever tried to find out a reliable player count number for Tarkov? I've tried to use several methods to determine it, but it's pretty much impossible, man. You can find relations. You can't find numbers. BSG only has talked about player counts like quite literally a handful of times over 6 years. They talked about it once back in 2021 when December of 2020 into 2021 during that big huge I'm sorry, January of 2020 when they blew up really big. I believe they had a tweet about hitting 200,000 concurrent players, which absolutely crushed them. They were not prepared for it. The game was in fucking shambles for months because of that. Like, a lot of people forget that, about how bad the game ran in 2020 and 2021. We get Steam, we'll get a minimum count. Yeah, the Steam count's not going to be valuable for much of anything, I don't think. You might be able to associate trends between the two, like maybe. But I don't think there's going to be much value from Steam, to be honest with you. Now, if we see Steam numbers jump to like, let's say 10,000 or something like that, you could probably compare the player bases then. Like, let's say if you want to say, okay, there's 50% fewer people that play halfway through the wipe than at the start of the wipe. You could make statements like that based on the Steam numbers, and they'd probably be pretty accurate. Though you could also take away from that and say that the Steam players are more casual than players that got the game before Steam. As a player population, they're going to be more casual. So it might not necessarily be the same. And that could work either way. That could mean people play for longer or shorter period of time. You know what I mean? The population samples might not be 100% comparable. It's going to be a minimum player number. I mean, you can't know post-poop. There's no way to say that, like, okay, there's 5,000 people on Steam. That means at a minimum, there's 5,000 people on regular Tarkov. Like, that statement is probably true, but you have no idea if it's 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, 20,000. Like, it's a true statement that is irrelevant. Unless we actually start getting player counts from BSG. Like, if you have a direct comparison you can compare to, maybe. But I mean, here's where we're at. This is where the community's at, right? I say the community. It's people in the community. BSG could put up numbers right now that show the player count. Like they could publish something, you know, have a player count on the launcher or something, and people would just call the numbers fake. People say that BSG fakes their stats on their polls and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I know post poop. Like you could say that. Like Steam is going to have lower numbers than the non-Steam side of things. But you're not adding anything to the discussion by saying that, okay, there's 5,000 players on Steam, so there's at least 5,000 players on Tarkov, so we know there's 10,000 players. I mean, what did Nikita say, 35,000 or 45,000 players? What was the number he said last month? You guys remember? And it was just for PvP. I give BSG the benefit of the doubt, and I tend to be more optimistic on stuff, and I didn't even think it was that high. I put the numbers at like 25 to 30,000 just based on guesses from looking at other games and YouTube traffic and Google interest and Twitch traffic and all that kind of shit, right? And that just goes to show you that even my educated guess was fucking way off. Oh, I didn't have that key anyways. Also, 25,000 players is not the same as 25 in game. No, I know a post boob. You can probably safely say if there's 45,000 CCU, that there's probably maybe 15,000 running raids, maybe 5,000 looking for raids, 4,000 or 5,000, and that's global. BSG also said that over half of the people switched to PvE by the end of the wipe, and I just find it hard to believe. That's not what he said, What Your Jocks. He didn't say people switched to PvE. He said that there are... Nikita said that it was... At the end of 2024, at the end of that, at the end of that wipe in 2024, it was about 70-30 PvE. At the end of the wipe, the total number of players, 70% were on PvE, 30% were on PvP. Mid-wipe, he said about 50-50. We've not heard any numbers outside of that. But that makes total sense. Tarkov probably loses Tarkov PvP easily loses half of its player base within the first month of the wipe. Easily. And I don't mean like they move to PvE, they just quit playing Tarkov. That's totally normal, and it gets worse every wipe. Fewer people come back and fewer people stay around. It's not people switching. Now, so PvE operates outside of the wipe cycle, right? So people are playing PvE steady. So what you had is a lot of people that came back to Tarkov because they didn't like the wipe cycle, because they couldn't progress. They could only get to like level 10, and then their account would get fucking reset because they only play an hour or two on the weekends. And that gets old, right? That gets really old. So you have a lot of people that came back for PvE because they don't have to get reset anymore. Well, they have to one more time, but no, I don't post people. We're having a discussion, man. I think by now you understand like the difference between me arguing and just expanding on thoughts. Come on now. I didn't bring cash either. Oh, I have to get a new BTR task as well. Damn, I should have run that BTR down, dude. I didn't even think of that. You believe that most people switch to PvE mid-wipe? Your beliefs are incorrect, Cirrus. The vast majority of people that play PvP or PvE at this point are there. They're not moving back and forth. People that prefer PvE play it. People that prefer PvP play that. There are some that do. Mostly, it's people that they have friends that play PvE or PvP. There's a lot of people that are like solo PvP players, and all their buddies play PvE, and they just go play PvE with their buddies. And that shows in polls, discussions, and talking with BSG. That's not me just making assumptions. There's a lot of, I've got a lot of knowledge. I don't know what you would put it. Just a lot of information that's not anecdotal. It applies to that. So. And yeah, like these guys are saying, it's the other way around too. Some people only play PvP with their buddies. They won't play PvP solo, and when they are solo, they play PvE, right? So that crowd does exist, for sure. But that crowd is consistent throughout the wipe. People aren't playing, so like people aren't playing and getting max traders and then switching to PvE. People that get to max traders and stop playing generally just go play another game. And that reflects in what we see in search interest and YouTube interest, which is really easy to track. You can tell people stop consuming. When people stop consuming Tarkov content overall, they're not playing it. There's not a group of people who play a lot of Tarkov and don't consume content, and you see that reflection in Twitch numbers and YouTube and Google search. Like, I'd be willing to venture a bet, a wager, that if you look at PvP versus PvE at the start of a wipe, like the first 2 weeks of wipe, the total player count, it's probably like 80-90% PvP. Very easily the first week or two of a wipe. This is going to be super close for this scope that I have. And this conversation is tough to have on Twitch and YouTube, like in a streaming aspect, because all of you people that are here are power users. Just plain and simple. Like, there's no... There's no better way to describe people than people that consume streams as power users. Okay, the question is that a player below me? That's a player. Did he see me? He looked like he was looking over here, so I don't think he saw me. The fuck did he go, dude? Did you just check the LEDX and beat feet the other direction? Certainly kind of feels like that. Damn. Expand on power users. People that If you put players into a bell curve, they're on the right side of the bell curve. As far as consuming content or being engaged with the game in general. If you are watching a stream, a live stream of a video game, you are also consuming YouTube content. You are also probably engaging in some community somewhere, whether it's on Discord or Reddit. Well, he's dead. Don't psychoanalyze you. It's all marketing, my man. It's all marketing. But you see that reflect in people's opinions about things, right? Because we all apply our own perspective to the world around us. And we tend to assume that people just see things or feel about things the way we do, right? So, like, for example, somebody's like, I play Tarkov PvP for 2 months, and then I switch to PvE. And then they just feel like that's normal for Tarkov players to do because that's what they do. It's an extreme example, but just to try to emphasize the point. So that's why you end up with these kind of echo chambers where the power users are at, which is Twitter, Reddit, Twitch streams. Somebody's like, one of the things I always roll my eyes at is when somebody's like, I was in a Twitch stream and I saw this, so that means that's what the community wants. And it's like, dude, no. Twitch streams, I got to bring fucking chains again, guys. Twitch streams are one of the most extreme forms of fucking the community that there is. And they're even further isolated because they tend to gravitate towards streamers that share their opinions or their play style or their worldview. So it's even more an isolated group of a community. It's why I hate... Oh, that's a scav. I guess we can practice a shot. Oh, wait, does he see somebody? I can't tell where that shot hit. Is it just one? It is just one. What do you know? It's also just scavs walking through the fucking minefields out there. In the terminal build I played, were there any UI changes? No. Nothing that I could see anyways. There could have been something subtle or small, but that I didn't notice, but it felt just like playing Tarkov, man. Whoever that is, 100% hurt. They were going to come up here. They were in the process of jumping up here when I stood up. They were 100% going to come up here. I don't have any food. I need to get off this rock. Okay, where do we go from here? Try to catch the BTR, maybe? I think I probably already missed it driving by. What was that? Is that an AK-12? Yeah, trying to do shooterborn, dude. Okay, that was suppressed close enough for me to hear it, so it's right here somewhere. Kind of close. I wouldn't have heard it up on the mountain. I'm going off the assumption that 100 meters is still the distance that you can hear suppressed shots. Sounds like maybe it's headed the other direction, too. that's good, Fate. I'd take 3 headshots in a raid right now. Get shooter board or Tarkov Shooter 8 done. I've been kind of hoping for a Sherman raid. We haven't got one yet. I'm trying to decide if I think these guys are going to come my way or if they're headed the other direction. Because I have to go the other way. Like, to northern. Really? It's bullshit. Oh shit, there's a player right there, dude. He just saw me too. There's a player at the car, chat. Good old pocket rocket. Oh. Oh. He's got a buddy. Probably multiple pelts in the stomach. No, I shot him in the face, dude. I shot him in the face. They're stream sniping. They're stream sniping, chat. I have no doubt in my mind that they're stream sniping right there. Oh, no, he's just cheating. He's either stream sniping or cheating, either way. People are big bitches. Damn. Do-do-do-do-do. We'll do another pocket rocket. Because they're funny. You missed your flea market. The biggest turnoff was no flea. Yeah. Yeah. It was. That's the case for a lot of folks. I gotta go get my water. I'm not drinking enough water today at all. Let's get some gold chains this time. Should have some in here, right? Yep. Only need 2. Why am I selling to Ref and not the other traders? Ref pays the most for weapon parts. And I've got all my traders leveled up, so I don't have to worry about trader rep. I'm just going to start another AK-50 now. It's expensive. Frustrated that vodka didn't sell. I've had much to do on super water crafting this patch. Yeah, I mean, I've had my water collector for a while. It's cheap to run it. So. Water filters only cost like 40, 50K. So yeah. Damn. What? Okay, so that was a bad idea. Because I think these are found in raid. Yeah, I'm gonna sell that, not fucking put it on a gun. Ugh. Yo, are there any cheap suppressors at all? Like, that's it, dude. That's a decent suppressor, but holy shit, man. Shit's fucking annoying, dude. No. We're gonna sell you. I was like, wait, why won't they go on there? I need to go get revision done so I can fucking still have M80, dude. Where'd they go? There they are. Jimmy Kimmel got fired for lying on national television post-poop, not necessarily for Charlie Kirk comments. They're trying to spin it that he got fired for telling jokes. He got fired for straight up lying last night. Any bolt action gun nuts in here that could help me out? Your best bet, Ressi, honestly, like if you're talking real life, is go to my Discord and go into Holy What the Guns. There's some really good people. I can help a little bit, but there's some people that love talking guns that do a lot of long range shooting. Tower specifically, and he loves to talk guns. Yeah, Wishmaster, that was pretty fucking good, man. He said that the shooter was MAGA. You're gonna see a lot of spin from the NPCs claiming that they just fired Jimmy Kimmel for bad jokes, and that's not what he did at all. You're just looking at caliber, looking to get into a moose rifle, long range elk and such. So many options, 300 Win Mag, 7mm PRC, 6.5 Creed. Just don't know what should be good. With me, personal resi, I'm a 300 Win Mag guy to the day I die. I'm 300 Win Mag to the day I die. 7mm PRC is a good rifle for hunting big game. But 300 Win Mag shoots flat. It cuts through the wind pretty good. It's got a very easy ballistic ballistic arc to it. I've been hunting my entire life, most of my life, with a 300 Win Mag. I was obviously too young for a while to shoot a 300 Win Mag, and I used a 270 then. And I've killed elk with 270, but 300 Win Mag. That's all. The only rifle I hunt with now is 300 Win Mag. So, and mine's a Remington 700. But always go get more opinions, man. Always go get more opinions. I know there's a lot of people that swear by 7mm. 6.5 Creedmoor, I would say don't hunt with 6.5. On paper, 6.5 acts a lot like 300. It's almost identical to 300 on paper, but there's not a good enough history hunting with it, in my opinion, yet, to say that you could replace a 300 Win Mag with a 6.5. Do we have a 300 Win Mag in Tarkov? Nope. A guy hunts with a 277 Fury. Yeah. There's always stuff out there, man. Got that fucking Tasmanian rig again.
Afternoon chat.
Bob is weird. Thank you for the 48 months. Last thing I need in Tarkov is more ammo types. Yeah. It's getting to be pretty nuts, man. We got 50 BMG now. I mean, technically 300 Win Mag shoots the same bullet as a 308 as 7.62 by 51. It shoots the same bullet. It's just a way bigger casing. Nah, Devil. I mean, yeah, those reports are real, Devil, but a 6.5 is not gonna... a 6.5 does not have the expansion capability of a 300 Win Mag. You can ruin meat with an animal with a fucking 300 Win Mag, too. On paper, a 6.5 Creedmoor basically delivers the same energy as 300 Win Mag at even further ranges. But the problem is the bullet is a lot skinnier, and you have more challenges with expansion and getting that energy into the actual animal. I know guys that hunt with 6.5, and they're perfectly successful with it. Yeah, 300 blackout uses all sorts of fucking ammo though, devil. 300 blackout, like it's weird because there's so many, depending on what you're doing with it, there's so many different grains you can put into 300 blackout. Yeah, you're right, Wishmaster. The Mosin is like a bastard child of Ergo, dude. Like, the Ergo on a Mosin's not great, but it ain't fucking zero. This shit's the game makes it seem like a Mosin is like carrying a PKP around. .30-06 for you. Been using it for 30 years. 30-06 is a fucking fantastic hunting round, man. And you're right, it's not as flat as a 300 Winchester Magnum, but it doesn't have anywhere near as much ass behind it, dude. There's not, like, the only way you can get bigger than 300 Win Mag is by there's not a lot of rounds that are bigger than 300 Win Mag when it comes to hunting. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. It's a stick. How is a stick worse than using it as a 20-pound weight on top of it? So, Mosins are not ergonomic. I will say that. They're heavy. They have a steel fucking plate on the buttstock. They're very loud and jiggly. Loose tolerances, if you will. Oh my god. Am I gonna die to these players right here? I was not ready, chat. Don't jump up here, please. God damn it, man. How did he do so much fucking damage to my thorax? He literally shot through. My thorax was fucking red as hell, dude. How did he get through? Dude, blunt damage does so much, man. Is ref broken? I don't know. Like, I don't want to burn any of my GP coins, dude. I guess I could burn one. Works fine for me. God damn it. Yeah. Trader's still on a bazillion hour cooldown, man. Hang on a sec, chat. I gotta go check with the wife and see what she's doing for dinner. I don't want to hop into another raid and then she comes up here and tells me it's dinner time. I don't have any more guns, do I? Guess we could use that. Be right back. All right, we got time for one more quick raid. So we'll try to get that, try to pull that off. I don't even have a fucking sniper rifle on right now. Well, that's 5 a.m. Tim Allen, exclamation point music. Guns confirmed for 1.0, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I imagine like the lever action, right? Because we saw a bunch of stuff with it. All right, are we mountain? like to get at least one shooter born in heaven kill on woods here today. I did not bring the best scope for this, unfortunately. Oh, I did not mean to drop down. Fuck. Can I get back up? Damn it. How do I get down from here? You gonna let me jump? What the fuck, game? Have I seen anything about FSR4 being implemented to Tarkov? No, Apple might have said something about it last month. I think he did, actually. Like along the lines of, they've got a bunch of stuff they're like, they're not doing FSR4 because they're like, they don't want to do it. They just haven't got to it. They got other stuff they're working on, kind of deal. If that makes sense. If I remember correctly, if that's... I'm speaking off of very vague memory of it, so take it with a grain of salt, obviously. What's the drama with Tarkov on Steam? People are fucking crybabies and they just want to bitch about BSG whenever they can. If you already own Tarkov and you want to put it on Steam, you got to buy another copy on Steam. And then it'll link your account. Or you can just play Tarkov like you've been playing it this entire time and nothing changes. Can't just switch launchers like that. Well, even funnier to it, Steam's probably just going to open the launcher. Oh. Well, that makes the day a little bit better, huh? Butt coin. You can add Tarkov to your Steam library? Kind of. There's a way you can like link Tarkov to Steam so it shows some stuff. I'm not sure the entire functionality of it. You can do it with every game, right? I have to lean in. I can do this for you guys. But I have to lean in. Enhance. Like, I've seen some pretty interesting cope from people justifying their outrage. What about my friends list? Well, what do you do now? Discord. But what about my Steam friends? I mean, everybody's still going to be on Discord, so... There was one guy that was talking about... Steam has a... And I didn't even know this had... Steam has a recording system that lets you record gameplay footage. And it's like, why the fuck would you use that over NVIDIA unless you have an AMD? And even then, there's like 5 other programs out there that are better for it. OBS being one of them. All right, we got to make a run for that, chat. I do need to go to the BTR. I hope it goes right. Damn it, he went left. Oh, we're so fucked. Awesome. It's gonna go from there to swamp. I should go to swamp next after that. So we'll hobble over to the medical fucking thing over here, and hopefully we find a splint. And then we'll hobble to the fucking village, and hopefully get a splint, and then take the BTR, get our task, take it out to the freaking train yard. We got a Bitcoin out of here? Nope. Well, that's unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. Starting to get excited for Battlefield 6 release. Still a ways off. I try not to think about them too much. There's all that discussion about the BR mode coming sooner, but that's going to be on Battlefield Labs, right? It's not going to be. They're not like releasing the BR before the rest of the game. They're just putting it on Labs to test it, right? Because there's a lot of headlines that make it sound like they're releasing it. And that is definitely not how I read that. Release it 18 days after. Yeah, that makes sense. And they're going to put it on. They're putting it on Battlefield Labs like the 28th or something, right? I think is what I read. No, like a wider release. I know it's already on Labs. I'm talking about a wider release, dude. Well, I don't even have any money. Oh, this is a pretty distinct problem, chat. I don't have any money. And I have a long ways to walk. And that's at the med camp, right where I wanted to go fucking get a splint at. I guess we just walk our ass all the way to... Green flare extract. Wife's gonna come up here in a minute and tell me dinner's ready too. Just the serve, Gorleach. Yeah. See. All right. Just out for a Sunday stroll. There's a good chance we're going to run into whoever's at that camp right now, too. What did I do in the Marines? I was a navigator on C-130s. Tough job. Wasn't easy. At what point do I just start running? I can't believe I used up an entire ALU splint. I mean, I can't believe it, but it's... Navigation was some of the hardest courses to learn. Oh yeah, it's not... I don't remember, and I used to know this shit off the top of my head, but it's been fucking 20 years now, man. But the C-130 Navigator program had an attrition rate that was like 95 or 96%. By the time it was all said and done, through the whole program, anybody who went through boot camp and everything else, only less than 10% of people who started the program finished it. Cool, Birkin. Remind me on Discord or something when it shows up, because I'll have to go to the PO box and get it. Oh, ran out just as we got here. Was I in Pensacola? Yeah, you go through aircrew training in Pensacola. It's boot camp, MCT, aircrew school, Sears school, and then we had to go to nav school, and then from nav school you go to C-130 transition, and then you go to the fleet. It's over. You're in training for over a year. If you wanted to become a navigator, you actually had to extend your contract to 5 years. Because you spent so much time in school, the Marine Corps wanted 4 years out of you. Which the irony of that is the whole reason I joined the Marine Corps is I didn't want to go to college. I didn't want to go to school. I was so fucking tired of school. I wanted to do something different, and then I end up testing into a job. Because when you pick aircrew, you don't pick your airframe. You don't get your airframe decision doesn't happen until after you get through aircrew school, and there's a test all the aircrew guys take. So you're at aircrew school, and airframe stuff starts coming up. And there's a test you take to go to nav. It's called nav screening, and that's how you go to nav school. And there was only one of us was supposed to go. Like only one person that takes the test is supposed to go. But it was actually my roommate. Him and I both scored perfect on the test, so we both scored 100 on the test, so they had to take us both. And then you go to nav school, and nav school was 8 months, I think. If I remember right, we were there for 8 months. Well, you went to SEER school first. You went from American school to SEER school, and then you went to nav school, and then nav school to North Carolina, which was where you did C-130 transition training. Because nav school you do on Air Force 737s, I think they were. And then and then you get your fleet assignment. One of the five squadrons, 4 squadrons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squadrons. Marine Corps C-130. Marine Corps had 5 C-130 squadrons. Graduating thinking going to be OCS to be a cryptographer officer for Navy. Probably a pretty good job. $62.76 is a loadmaster. I don't know. I don't remember the MOSs, man. I barely remember my MOS number. I know what 0311 is because every fucking buddy in the infantry always tells you they're 0311 and like you're supposed to fucking care. Sorry, that was mean. All right, chat. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. That's it for tonight. We got started late, so it's not a full stream, but we got a good 4 hours in. I will strive to be on at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, as normal. You got home to play? Well, I'll DM you later. Liston is heartbroken? No, he's not. He can go listen to the donkeys yelling in the woods. He's got something to do. All right, guys. You have a good night. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We'll catch you later.